Third quarter, they pulled ahead.
Seven consecutive games. And John, that's not all.
Our Taco Bell take is Miami's outstanding fourth quarter, getting up the intensity, moving their feet, active hands, creating steals, doing a better job of pushing opposing offenses out on the perimeter, holding OKC to just 29% in that final quarter. And then against Toronto, holding them to 39%, forcing 4 turnovers. Did a good job against a quick mobile unit out there by the Raptors to stifle them and push them further out onto the perimeter, being able to score off their miscues.
On Wednesday night, Jimmy Butler enjoyed his best fourth quarter in his 2 seasons with the Heat. He scored 14 of the Heat's final 16 points in the game's final 5 minutes after Toronto pulled to within 2 points.
Good job.
It was a victory, well-deserved, and it was Butler's
the Raptors to stifle them and push them
Jimmy's game was the quintessential winning basketball game.
Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Reed did double season perfection. He scored 14. Kelly finds points in the three. Yes. Jimmy Butler with a steal. It was a victory. Here he comes. On the running game. Butler with another. Butler for 3. Got it. Jimmy Butler's 10th assist in his 8th double-double.
You need great players.
Merry Christmas, Vivo, and Red Sam TV. Mega love shout out.
In 4 swaps. Pick swaps. Wow. In 4 swaps. Pick swaps. Wow.
And thank you so much. Merry Christmas, Vivo. Thank you so much. Tulog ulit.
basket for the score.
That will be the easiest basket Jimmy gets most likely all game. So hard to get all the way to the rim. Gobert typically there. Excellent read by Jimmy. The ball fake gets it past his man as he glides to the basket.
First 4 points for the Heat in the paint. Bogdanovich coming baseline on Robinson. 6 on the shot clock. Conley for Gobert underneath. And we get the first foul of the game.
Excellent ball movement by Miami, really utilizing the entire shot clock as Kendrick able to get Gobert following him for the dump off. And the nice dribble penetration by Duncan. The ball fake gets Jimmy into the basket area where he can finish. Gobert get pinned on the weak side of the floor. So Miami really doing a nice job moving this excellent half-court defense. They're going to have to keep the Utah Jazz on their heels on that end of the floor.
Duncan Robinson picked up the Heat's first foul. Now, last year, the Jazz went 44-28. They were the 6th seed in the West. They got eliminated in the first round by the Denver Nuggets in 7 games, a series they led 3-1. John, everybody expected the Jazz to be good this year. I don't think anybody, including those in the Utah locker room, expected it would be this good.
I agree. I mean, the numbers they're putting up are ridiculous. And you talked about what they're doing from a winning perspective. It's the best record in the league and their best start ever as a franchise that's been very good in the regular season, in the past.
Bam Adebayo. Game-time decision with a sore knee. He doesn't miss many games. Only one last year in the regular season. Final game of the regular season. Bam missing on the tip. It's Kendrick Nunn with a left-handed flip. So the Heat's first 3 scores all right near the rim.
Bam kept that one alive, and he kept Rudy Gobert at bay and allowed Kendrick Nunn to be able to clean up that initial miss.
Bogdanovich pump-faking Olynyk. Shot under duress. And the Jazz have missed their first 4 shots to open the game. That's an interesting battle to watch. Royce O'Neal, the 6'4 swingman out of Baylor, defends Butler. Butler gets into the paint, finds Bam. And Bam strikes. So 4 different scores in your book for Miami, and all 4 scores coming in the paint. That's usually Gobert's territory. Mitchell off the pump fake. He drives all the way in. That's the first field goal of the game for Utah.
And that's a great example of Bam typically can get off and help there. And he couldn't because he's so worried about Gobert and leaving him open for an open rim run. That allowed Mitchell to get all the way to the basket. Here's Bam pinned behind Gobert, and he can't get off and slide to his left to contest Mitchell, who gets all the way to the basket.
I'm not sure what that delay was all about, to be honest with you. 8:50 to go, first quarter. Big game just getting going. Here's Jimmy. Spinning in the lane. That one rolls off, but the Heat getting very good looks, very close to the basket. They've hit 4 of their first 6 shots. Conley, baseline drive, missed it. Missed the tip as well, and Robinson has the rebound. So the Jazz 1 for 6 to open the first quarter. Butler attacking. Finds Bam. That was a difficult pass, and Adebayo sticks the jump hook.
That's so important for Bam to make that shot because he's not going to get on top of the rim often.
Oh, Conley got free of Kendrick Nunn. First field goal for the 33-year-old Mike Conley in his second year with the Jazz. After 6 seasons with the Memphis Grizzlies, he was the Memphis Grizzlies. Bam from Jimmy. First score outside the paint for the Heat. 3rd score already for Bam Adebayo. 3rd assist already for Jimmy Butler. He's starting off very well, especially on the offensive end. Conley using Gobert's screen. Back to the big fella. Bogdanovich for 3. Got it. Bojan Bogdanovich, 84th triple this season. He averages 15 points a game. They lead the league. They make 17 threes a game. They also lead the league in 3-point attempts.
Duncan Robinson being aggressive with his hands. Like he threw off Donovan Mitchell and got called for that there.
That's a second foul on Robinson.
Yeah, he's going to sit down, and we're going to see an early dragon sighting here.
Goran Dragic, second game back after missing 9 in a row.
Duncan on the baseline, pushing off with that right hand. What they'll do is play him what's called on the top side, they'll dare him to go backdoor because they know they have the shot blocker waiting for him at the rim. This is a very unique style that most teams don't play. They'll stay between their man and the rim. Utah does the opposite.
Now, Conley missing that three. Duncan Robinson, it's a little bit of a bad thing that's happened to him recently. 2 fouls in the first quarter. He's got a sit. Bam gets fouled. First Jazz foul of the game. Goran Dragic, by the way, he played very well in his first game back Wednesday night against Toronto. John, 21 minutes, scored 15 points, couple triples, 3 assists. It was great to see him back.
Oh, he just provides such a lift coming off the bench. Just the talent level he brings with most second units is superior. And he does such a good job as a catalyst for the team, making things happen, attacking the basket for himself and his teammates.
John Quinn Snyder does this almost nightly. He takes Mike Conley and Rudy Gobert out early in the first quarter, brings in Joe Ingles and Derek Favors, and then brings back his 2 starters when most teams are playing their second unit. It has really helped Utah.
Yeah, it's helped make them pull ahead. They feel like they're playing with such superior talent on the floor.
Wide open 3 for Bogdanovich. Rebound to Bam. Oh, Jazz are 3 for 11. They've missed 4 of their 5 from downtown. They'll keep firing, though. Nunn from deep. Kaboom. Kendrick Nunn. 52nd triple of his second season. So Nunn has 5. The Heat have a lead of 6. Butler does everything necessary to help his team win. Back the other way. Ingles off the shot fake. He didn't want to leave that three-point line. That's Derek Favors. He hits the short jump hook. Derek Favors, 11th year pro at Georgia Tech. He spent 9 years with the Jazz, then went to New Orleans in a trade, comes back as a free agent to finish up his career as Rudy Gobert's backup, gives him a solid 1-2 punch at center. Nunn keeps it and scores. What a crafty move by Kendrick Nunn.
Gorgeous move. I call that the okey-doke, the fake pass. Frees the big man so he can't time his jump to contest. And really well timed by Kane Nunn there to get the left-hand runner up.
7 points for Nunn, 8 for 12 shooting to start the game for the Heat. Donovan Mitchell. Cross court. Bogdanovich gets by Olynyk. Lets the traffic clear and scores. Bogdanovich with 5 points and a timeout for Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra with his team ahead by 3.
Bogdanovich getting inside the ball fake, and there go the Heat defenders flying by, well timed by the Jazz forward.
Find out if you're still eligible to enroll. Call today at 1-844-427-4675 and by your local Toyota dealers. Heat fans, tonight's item of the game allows you to save 50% on our sale collection from shirts to hats to hoodies. You can cut the sale price in half while repping your favorite NBA team. Get this and other items at the MiamiHeatStore.com. Well, for Miami, 12 of their first 14 field goal attempts, John, 12 of the 14 have come in the paint. So the Heat in an attack mode early, and that's the first turnover of the game for Miami. 4.5 minutes left, first quarter, 3-point Heat lead. Ingles missing. Jimmy Butler involved in every aspect. 4 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound. Here's Kendrick. That one's short. And here comes Bogdanovich. KZ Okpala into the game early tonight. That's a little bit of a surprise. Okpala, the second-year man of Stanford. He has not played much recently. Okpala defending Favors, goes to double on Bogdanovich. And Bogdanovich knocked Nunn down to get his third field goal of this first quarter.
6-8 on 6-2 there. And Kendrick trying to draw the charge, but referees felt there wasn't enough contact. He's going to need some help if they're going to isolate him and start backing him down over there.
7 points for Bogdanovich. Oh, 1 point lead for Miami and another turnover. Mitchell leading O'Neal for the runaway dunk. And what a lamp. Royce O'Neal's okay. He gets up slowly and is not even in the defensive end yet. Olynyk inside Okpala, outside to Nunn. Good look at three. Kaboom. Kendrick Nunn, dynamite first quarter, has 10 points in just 8 minutes. He's hit 4 of his 6 shots. Mitchell on the move. That's Donovan Mitchell's second score tonight.
Yeah, he really is a slasher. Can make threes, but so good going right or left, explosive and dynamic. Remember, he was a slam dunk champion a few years ago.
Jimmy Butler with another bucket. So Butler involved early in every way. He's got 6 points.
Yeah. I love the way Jimmy's balancing his attack mode, trying to score where he's got 6 points on 3 of 4 shooting, but also 4 assists.
Bogdanovich cut off by Dragic and fouled by the Dragon. That's Goran's first foul. Second team foul on the Heat.
Scary moment here for O'Neal. They pitch it ahead on the turnover. You got to get to the rim when you're a dunker, but he gets hit and loses possession, or I should say the handle there on the rim, and as he swings back, almost hits his face on the floor. Thank goodness he's able to catch himself. That's a scary moment there for O'Neal.
The undrafted Royce O'Neal, who played at Baylor, then he went to Spain and Lithuania before breaking into the NBA. He's become a key player for Utah. Hey, Heat fans, you can stream Miami Heat basketball live on Fox Sports Go. It's presented by T-Mobile. Download Fox Sports Go, and you'll be bringing Heat basketball with you wherever you go. And, John, here's the move. Gobert and Conley come back late in the first quarter. Every coach gets into their substitution habits. That has been a trademark of Quinn Snyder's this year. Quinn, the 7th-year head coach of the Jazz, as you saw Derek Favors in your picture walk off the bench into the Utah locker room. Bogdanovich having a very strong first quarter for Utah. He's got 9 points for them. The game is even at 24.
And they're playing a 2-3 zone now, trying to slow Miami down, take them out of their strong offensive rhythm.
KZ Okpala playing in just his 17th game this season. Nunn on the turnaround. Okpala on the glass. And it's taken away by Joe Ingles. Oh, Ingles flirting with trouble. Somehow got it across. KZ on the defensive end. Oh, good work by Okpala. And it's Jordan Clarkson. He's the Mad Bomber coming off their bench, the top off-the-bench scorer this year in the NBA. Butler back to Olynyk. 2 minutes left, first quarter. Oh, Conley stole the pass by Nunn. He now with 5 first-quarter turnovers. Well, the Heat have been better on that end. They're still last in the league in turnovers. Gobert missed it. Okpala runs down the rebound. John KZ putting together a couple of impressive minutes for Miami. And Butler gets collided into by Jordan Clarkson. That's his first foul. And the second team foul on the Jazz.
Clarkson reaching in there, trying to gamble, go for steals. Jimmy putting that strong left shoulder in, and it's going to be a side-out situation for Miami. He wasn't in the act of shooting at that time of the foul. It was called pre-shot. So side-out Miami as Jimmy will take a break.
Jimmy Butler and KZ Okpala go to the bench. So does Kendrick Nunn. Gabe Vincent, Andre Iguodala, and Bam Adebayo all returning to the game, or entering the game. 5 turnovers for the Heat, none for Utah. Miami shooting 61%, but the turnovers taking a little bit of air out of the Heat offense. Bam against Gobert. Iguodala from downtown. Air ball. This is George Niang. Niang, 5th-year swingman out of Iowa State. Bam defending Ingles. That leaves the Heat are in zone. Conley shoots the 3 ball. And the rebound to Iguodala. He will mix it up, zone and man-to-man, to try to get Utah out of rhythm. Kelly, missing. Rebound to Gobert. What a slump Olynyk's in. He's 2 for his last 29 from 3. That's over the last 8 games, including tonight. Clarkson, he likes to pull up quickly. Jordan Clarkson 18 points per game. No bench player in the NBA averages more.
Yeah, look at the hunt for threes early and often. Really has a complete green light out there as the Dragon responds, giving the Heat the scoring lift that they need coming off the bench.
Kelly Olynyk with the foul, his first. Fourth team foul on the Heat in this first quarter. The Jazz on a 13-5 run. Utah warming up to the task. Start of a big road stretch for the Jazz, including tonight. 9 of their next 10 games are on the road.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge for them. I mean, they're playing with great rhythm and, great togetherness. They've been fortunate, too. They've had everyone from a key player perspective stay healthy, stay out of protocols, and, the road will be an interesting test for them here before the All-Star break.
And there is their road trip. They will play in Orlando tomorrow night. Duncan Robinson back in for the Heat with 40 seconds left. First quarter, the Heat are in a 2-3 zone right now. Iguodala and Vincent, the two chasers up top. Clarkson from deep. That's good. Jordan Clarkson, they love what he gives them off the bench. Got 106 triples for the season. Dragic missing. Niang with a rebound. 15 seconds left in the first quarter. The Jazz with a 4-point lead after trailing early by as many as 6. Conley broken up by Bam, knocked out of bounds by the Jazz. The Heat will get it back with 3.5 seconds left in the opening quarter. Vincent, can he get it off? He does from half court.
Kendrick Nunn. Strong first quarter for Nunn. Little okie doke here, freezing the shot blocker and getting that left-handed floater up. Nunn with 10 points to lead Miami.
Morant will try for 3. Bango. Morant. And the rebound, Leonard in the crowd. Leonard on a slalom. Whoa. Big time stuff from Kawhi Leonard.
Tonight, no settling from the perimeter at all for Kawhi Leonard.
Lou Williams drives, finger rolls it up and in, and a foul.
But people are dying of COVID, and others have lost.
Clipper Nation, the LA Clippers app is your ticket to game day. Get updates on the team's schedule, stay locked in with exclusive content, and take part in giveaways with a chance to win prizes. Download the app at clippers.com/app. A good look at Jaren Jackson. Super talented. And the fact that the Grizzlies have not been with him all year and are 14-14 coming into tonight's game in a brutal Western Conference speaks volumes for all the talent around him.
Well, you got to give a lot of credit to the Will with the miss, but inside Xavier Tillman grabbed the hold of Zubac. One, general management for how they were able to select the kind of talent and players they had on the roster to absorb something like this. Taylor Jenkins kind of changing his offensive philosophy a little bit with Jaren Jackson out, Junior out of the lineup, okay? That takes a collective group effort to have the right personnel to absorb that as well.
Nice finish inside by Paul George. Clippers by 4.
Now remember, going into halftime of yesterday's game, it was, 27-24? So Clippers looked good, but Memphis was able to fight back in. It was in this second quarter that the separation began to be made by the Grizzlies.
Time now for the Carls Cam replay.
Well, I'd love to see PG get downhill. And I actually would love to see PG shoot more free throws because he's so effective, long, athletic, put so much pressure on the defense. And also, think about it, he can average a few more points too while you're at it by getting more shots at the free throw line.
Lou fouled going up. He will lobby for it being in the act of shooting. He will not get his request honored.
I don't know how you can't be an active shooter. If you call a foul on the wrist, on the hand, and he's going up in the motion of a shot, how is that not in the motion? I can see if he's trying to rip through that call, they said no. But that one, he's going up for a shot.
Paul George knocks it in, and the Clippers lead by 6, have led by as many as 8 in this first half. Clippers 15 of 24 from the field. Melton for 3. It's good. Well, for all the struggles that the Grizzlies had in their previous 3 games coming into last night from distance, they have shaken off the struggles as Marcus Morris Sr. lays it home. Memphis 5 of 6 tonight. 11 of 19 last night. They were 16 of 84 in their previous 3 games.
Right? It was just one of those nights where everything just kind of came together. The enthusiasm by the Clippers on the defensive end wasn't there. Something to prove offensively, but Memphis was.
What a pass from Lou Williams and a nice finish from Ivica Zubac. Jones, contested jumper is short. Morris with the rebound. Pass deflected out of bounds, something the Grizzlies do very well. In fact, lead the league in that category.
Well, how many times you set a good screen, you'll get open. In particular to guys who are unselfish and want to pass the ball. Now, this one, he got him open. And now, as a return for working so hard, boom. Sue inside for 2.
Senyor picked up by Anderson. Gets around him defensively. Gets to the rim. Anderson recovers and blocks the shot. Quite the Euro step for Kyle Anderson.
Let me say this. Anderson, Joe Ingles, Jokic are all in this same category. They move kind of in quicksand, but they get to their spots when they need to get there. You know, the pace is like, I'm not going fast. But
that's actual pace. That's actual speed of the game.
Exactly. But he takes long strides, pushes the ball. I mean, he played like that at UCLA. You know what I mean? So it's amazing the career he was able to carve out, not being the most athletic, quick guy, but in between his ears, he's pretty good.
Air ball retrieved by Zoo. Up top to Reggie for 3. Brooks left alone. A 32% three-point shooter misses, and the rebound tumbles out of bounds and goes back to the Clippers. Ty Lue took the blame on himself last night. He said, look, if we had guys that weren't playing as hard as they needed to, that's on me. I got to find guys that are going to do that. He's found everybody tonight. Lou Williams, a graceful glide for Lou. He has 10 points off the bench.
Accountability 101. And you see his players responded to that type of accountability, which I think is very important that your leader, your coach, does that.
Morris left alone. Melton with the rebound again. We didn't see Melton last night until the closing moments of the fourth quarter.
Well, I think Taylor Jenkins probably understood, too, nice pass inside, that this was going to be a little different game, too. So he made the adjustment by bringing Melton, a really good defensive player, in the game a lot early, especially judging how the Clippers were in that first quarter on attacking off the dribble.
Jenkins has done a wonderful job in Memphis. Low expectations last year, surpassed all of them, and handcuffed with injuries this year. Yet here they are at 14-14. A whistle and a foul will result in free throws for the Clippers. There's Taylor Jenkins. Spent time in the G League. Again in his second year with Memphis. Lou Williams at the free throw line.
You get a chance for some redemption right here.
And now a quick word from Jack in the Box.
The 2-for-1 is Jack Combo is back for $5.99.
Like and subscribe, people.
Jack?
When it's a short
That was
read,
awesome.
you know I can knock it out of the
That
park.
was awesome. I mean, that was like Emmy type, you know?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really good.
Lou Williams, after a couple of off games, is back to doing what we saw him do, and you just love to see it. And even Lou wasn't scoring. The effort that he has put in every single category of a basketball game has been off the charts, and I think the best he's ever put forth. He has been terrific, even if he hasn't been knocking down shots, which, by the way, he's doing a lot of these days. Late in the shot clock for Grayson Allen. Is that ball at his shoelaces and then is fouled en route to the rim. A tough pass to handle. Tillman did a good job.
You know, as bad as the defense was in regards to the Clippers' activity, to go back to your Lou Will point, he had a lot of deflections yesterday. You know, so as a player, you get older, but you understand angles and where to be. And he's doing a great job this year of being a disruptor on the defensive end. Again, you don't have to be the quickest, but you have to be the smartest and understand the different play calls. Your scouting has to be on point, and you have to be in the right place.
He had a team-high 4 deflections. And, again, I love that statistic. The Grizzlies lead the league in that category at almost 20 a game. That's a lot. Jackson, straight away, looking for a white shirt. Finds a good one of Paul George. Rises for 3. Long shots, long rebounds. Doing a little bit of everything. Lou Williams. Broadcaster's jinx in place. Turns it over. John Morant the other way. Slings it into Tillman. And then he turns it over. These will not be on NBA Top Shot coming soon to you.
No, but they may be on some bloopers right there that somebody's like, look at this. Look at these 2 or 3 plays.
Paul George will play the role of point guard here. 7:23 to play in this first half. Tail end of a back-to-back for both teams, although the Grizzlies had a couple of days off prior to this one. Another drive into the paint for Lou. Morant at the wheel. Into Tillman. Great defense by Zoo. Here come the Clippers. Jackson flirts with the defense. The floater is offline. Kyle Anderson had a full sprint down the floor. Blocked by Senyor, recovered by Zoo. George keeps the bounce alive despite sliding on the wing. A whistle and a timeout to clean it up. Clippers out in front 44-38.
We see the hands? Look at that hand.
11 1/4 inches wide, and that's why the nickname is the Claw.
They say I have some of the biggest hands in the NBA. What do you think?
The Claw rips that one out of the hands of Boban. Kawhi is doing it all. My goodness. He blocked it with his middle finger. Caught it with one hand.
Hello, Claw. Look at his hands on the basketball.
Look at the grown man strip. Kawhi Leonard to the rack.
and receive exclusive discounts to participating shops.
Clipper fans, within the Fox Sports Go app, you have access to Clippers Court Vision powered by AWS. Clippers Court Vision lets you control and customize your live viewing experience. Select from multiple augmented reality features to transform the way you watch. Clippers Court Vision powered by AWS brings you closer to the game. For more information, visit foxsportsgo.com or experience it on the Fox Sports Go app now. I already like this night much better than I did at any point last night. I kept thinking the next play was the one that was going to ignite the comeback for the Clippers. The engine never really turned over. Nice catch by Senyor. Back to Ibaka for three. Oh, a high-rise rebound for Paul George, leaving Pat Beverly open for three. In and out. Two great looks for the Clippers.
Yeah, you made the right plays. You just weren't able to capitalize by seeing the ball go through the nets, but that's the offense we saw. See, pass, unforced turnover by Memphis. We saw early from this Clippers team in regards to how quickly the ball moved. If you didn't have a shot or a drive, you moved it, which shifted the defense, which got you those kind of open looks.
The Grizzlies, we mentioned this earlier, just one turnover last night at the break. They ranked 26th in turnovers as Paul George sidesteps. Oh, my goodness. Looks like he's playing hopscotch down the lane and lays it in. He has 10. On the switch, Allen picked up by Ibaka. Good ball movement for the Grizzlies. Morant. What a feed inside to Valanciunas, and he lays it in.
And that's why you don't want him to get downhill because, again, besides being an outstanding scorer, his playmaking ability in tight quarters to make the right play are outstanding. So,
Pat barnstorms the lane.
Travel.
Whistle and a travel and a turnover.
Creativity and space. Paul George just a fingernail away from getting a hand on it. But Ja's a special young man. I mean, so much more to go. He's mature for his age, but a basketball maturity. And Corey, Maggette talked about this. Once the game really slows down for him and he extends his range in regards to three-point shooting, you're talking about an unstoppable force in today's game with, can't hand check and the court is more open. I mean, the upside and the ceiling for this young man is just, at an all-time high.
You mentioned Corey Maggette. Did you happen to notice he's wearing a short sleeve shirt, a vest, and a tie?
I didn't get a chance to see him today because we're in our bunker.
I've never seen that combination before.
You couldn't pull it off? Yes or no?
I have to think about it a little bit. Kawhi with the rebound. Clippers lead by 6, under 5 to play. Corey, we love you. Senyor for three.
Hey, if Corey got it on, I know it's all good. I'm not worried about that. And you got to be confident in yourself to rock what you want to rock. So
he did it last night, too. It was
go.
back-to-back nights for Corey Maggette with the short sleeve tie look.
So can I be creative now?
Go for it.
Okay. All right.
Do it. Bain lays it in. It's 46-42. Yes, the Clippers have played well, but the Grizzlies aren't going anywhere. They are not afraid of the way the Clippers have played. Thought maybe there'd be a little bit of a shock, but not at all. Another fake by Ibaka. Oh, he reorganizes in mid-flight and lays it in. Serge Ibaka with 6. What I really want to see is Don McClain in the short sleeve vest tie look. Valanciunas lays it up and in again. He has a dozen now for Memphis. And the Grizzlies hanging around here. Clippers out in front by 4, but a much different tone in the second quarter than what we saw yesterday when they really got out of hand for the Clippers. Jackson. Another great look for Beverly. He hit his first triple. He's missed the rest ever since. Song remains the same. Clippers by 4.
He's got to take that shot. It's a beautiful setup by Jackson. If you're open, don't think about it. Let it go.
Well, the percentages are all with Pat Beverly over the last several years from distance. Clark.
Beautiful.
Stripped by Beverly. Allen ahead of the shot clock. Great defense by Pat Beverly. Approaching the 3-minute mark here in the second quarter. Double for Senyor. A whistle and a foul, and he'll go to the line for a couple of free throws.
Well, I mean, that was a prime example. Let me tell you something. The last defensive play, coaches talk about multiple efforts. There's the drive. Pat Bev steps in. Now he comes from the back after helping cut off the drive by Jackson as a defender. So the Clippers show you, first team, second team, how good they can be defensively. They can influence a game like that. And, you know, when we see that, we're like, you know, salivating at the potential and the possibility how they could just be able to shut teams down.
Now a quick word from Cedars-Sinai.
Here for the athletes, the fans, and all your MVPs. Cedars-Sinai, we're right here.
That starting unit for the Clippers that you have to imagine will play the lengthy minutes in a playoff series is the best defensive unit in the NBA. They're trying to sharpen the tools for the rest of the lineups that Ty Lue has.
Well, but think about this. How much stronger are you as a team? I'm not saying that you got to have the same production defensively or offensively from your second unit, but it's not that much of a drop-off. So now you can't be exploited when your starters go out like that backdoor cut. Great job that time by Memphis catching the Clippers sleeping on the back line.
Leonard exaggerates the contact, gets a whistle, and that sends us to break. Clippers by 4 in Memphis.
Their employees at their very heart of serving its members. Team Blue is committed to giving back through volunteer work in communities across the state. Whether it's cleaning up a neighborhood or talking with a buddy over the phone. On behalf of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, thank you to Team Blue for their undying support.
Yo, it's the best hype man in the NBA, BLJ, and it's time for the Grizzlies item of the game. Guess what? It is all the City Edition gear. You buy one, you get the other one 40% off. That's right. Buy one, get the other one 40% off. You can get this for the regular price and get this hat for 40% off.
What do you think about that?
Jamie, you're absolutely right. I mean, right now, my guy, Mike DeCourcy, has about 7 ACC schools getting into the tournament. Now, Duke is teetering on that, too, in regards, but they played a lot better lately. I think right now they might be 6th or 7th in the ACC. But how about this? If they didn't make it, Duke, North Carolina, Michigan State, maybe the first time all 3 of them not in the tournament since 68, 69, something like that.
Throw Kansas into that mix.
Kansas, I think Kansas has a good shot in the Big 12 to be in the tournament. Win a national championship. Kansas is going to be in the tournament. But those are the 3 teams, and Kentucky. Okay, those 4 teams. Crazy year, but Duke is right there. They're playing a lot better basketball.
Clippers by 6, 2:15 remains in this first half. Paul George, a quick trigger 3. Oh, and he knocks it in. Paul George now with 13. Clippers still not shooting great from above the arc, just 4 for 16. But they lead 55-46. A floater from Morant, a whistle, and then a foul will go against the Clippers.
PG here just able to clear the space, and that time Brandon Clark a little hesitant to come out too far, knowing that Paul has been on the attack off the dribble all evening.
Brooks controls, watched by Batum. Anderson, an awkward-looking 3, but he has had great efficiency this year. Throws it away. George behind the back with a dribble. Waits for backup. Beverly all alone for 3. Got it! Pat Beverly now with 6, and the Clippers lead by a dozen.
And that's why even though you miss a couple of shots, Brian, you don't hesitate the next time you're open. You work on that shot all day, every day. That's like shooting practice in the corner. You don't even think about this. You know the ball is coming to you because all the defensive players for the Grizzlies are in the lane. You just got to step up there and let it go.
There's a great look at Pat Beverly again. And for all the players that have shot over 1,100 threes in the last 5 years, Pat Beverly is in the top 20 when it comes to percentage. So his good shooting the last couple of years isn't a fluke. This is something that he has really been working on. And now this year, with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard getting all those double teams, they're doubling off of Pat Beverly. He gets some of the cleanest looks in the league. He's being very efficient when he does.
Well, I think part of the reason why you don't put his name in regards to top 3-point shooters is because of volume or the lack thereof with Pat Beverly. He understands his role, but as a ancillary outlet pass, man, that can knock it down, you'd love to have it.
Uh-oh, and now the threes are starting to fall for the Clippers. They lead by 14. Kawhi, by the way, 16 first-half points.
Oh, nice.
Brooks alone for 3. Batum gobbles up the loose ball for the Clippers. They are on a run and trying to close with even more crescendo here in the first half.
Crescendo. Yeah, you are something else, man. I mean, you know what? Your vocabulary, I can tell you went to a great private school in Iowa.
Batum for 3. Ricochets off the iron, and now the Grizzlies come back the other way. Clippers have that opportunity to close out here. The final shot. They'll also have the ball to start the third quarter. Morant on the step away, misses everything.
He didn't really want to take that. Serge baited him into taking that shot.
Shot clock is dark for Kawhi Leonard. Beverly. Lou drives into the paint, gives to Ibaka, ahead of the horn, count it, for Serge Ibaka and the Clippers, who lead 63-47. And a much different tone tonight from the Clippers.
Well, you take momentum into the half. If you played so well, why not cap it off with a nice little, soft little jump hook inside by Ibaka. Now you saw the claw get hot. The Clips take care of it.
Names of Hoops on a Thursday night. Let's Halfway through an exceptionally entertaining basketball game, and now to two exceptionally entertaining individuals, Jax and the first head coach of the Miami Heat.
If you could see how quick this button hopped on this table, you would be tickled just like us.
Rich, I mean,
He's got a great first step.
he has not moved that quick when he has the whistle.
You want to talk about a stage manager to dream about. That is Ron. I am Jax. This is Heat Halftime, presented by your South Florida Chevy dealers. A really even, exceptional first half. Fun to watch. I assume your rewind presentation is fair.
It's fair.
But let's start off with the Heat with some patient offense, though.
Yeah, well, this is right beginning of the game, folks. You know, one of the very first plays. And
he hit that thing. He hit that.
I hit it. There we go. Okay, so we're on the push. K-Nunn. And a lot of people are going to touch the ball. We got him in transition, and we got two on the ball. Now they're matched up. Kelly comes in late to the ball. We want to play through Bam. Stop right now. We got a little bit of a mismatch. Not a big mismatch right here, but now that means Gobert is over here, where normally he'd be here on Bam. So he's got Jimmy in the corner. Roll it. So we're going to get a little action going on, little stop right now. Okay, we're trying to get a double stop. We're trying to get a double for Duncan, and they play on top. So they force him inside. They take him off the three-point line. Here comes Gobert. There goes the pass. Roll it. Duncan sees it. He gets the double, puts it on the floor. Now he's using his dribble. The penetration, and he's going to skip it to the corner. Stop. Now Jimmy's wide open. Now watch what happens. Watch what Rudy Gobert does. Here's Bam. Mitchell's on his backside right here. Roll it. Jimmy's going to pass up, put it on the floor, goes by, stop. Gobert, he backs up for some reason. Well, because Bam is there.
And Ben Simmons gets in at number 10. On to number 9.
The shots that didn't fall. Keep sticking with the plan, all right?
Just bringing out some nasty stuff.
Eagles, steps away, fires up a three.
That's a tough bucket. What? That is a tough bucket.
Good beat. Makes a quick move and a powerful slam.
Yeah, Joe. What a big beast.
Clarkson driving one-on-one in the lane.
And a shot maker. Clarkson knocks it in.
Hey. Yes. All right, let's go.
They're going to put all their attention on you. Nice job. Hey, that's all you can do. You got to, and then hey, you got to look your opportunities when you can.
Out to Zion. They flatten it out. Ingram for the lead. Got it! Butter! Brandon Ingram.
As the first Negro coach of a major league sport, can you do the job impartially without any racial prejudice in reverse?
Yes.
How?
Because the most important factor is respect. In basketball, respect the man for his ability, period. Came out of friendship to Muhammad Ali. I know that we wanted to find out from him. You know, you read the papers, you see on television and all this kind of stuff, what is going on.
So many people that dedicated their lives to making situations better for me. I feel like we still got a lot of work to do.
All the benefits of American society.
In the NBA in the last 10 years than Serge Ibaka.
Isn't that crazy? You knew he could block shots, but because he's not an imposing figure. Kyle Anderson gets to the line. He's not an imposing figure like, say, Embiid. If you said Embiid, you wouldn't be surprised. He hasn't been in the league 10 years, but I'm just saying, or Shaq or somebody like that. But Serge, it's just that he's in the right place, understand angles, and excellent with his timing.
Morant off to the races, challenging any and all if the rim misses, and this time Valanciunas punches it home, and a timeout comes the way for Ty Lue and the Clippers. Clippers out in front by 10 here in the third.
It's important to support Black-owned businesses because, like you mentioned, the odds are stacked against us already. So giving a chance for, Black owners to get their products out there and to have a chance for people to experience them and to say, hey, this is the same product that I would use, somewhere else, and it's the same quality or even better. To basically just to get more on an even playing field.
I think it's just important to keep it in the community, keep it flowing in and out, keep supporting one another, because not only does it, support someone's pockets and them financially, but it just supports their dream as well.
I feel like, it's very important, for us to, do whatever we can, to show our support or uplift, those Black-owned businesses to, help them with anything they need.
Majority of them are locally owned, whether it be Memphis, Indiana, wherever, it's at. And a lot of times it's, family, friends, running these type of businesses, trying to start a new path for themselves and for their families. A lot of young Black people don't get that opportunity to own businesses and be able to create a way for themselves. So, supporting them and helping them through that is huge.
Yo, Cincinnati is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. That means it is health night, and we need your body to get moving, get that blood pumping. So, Mike T.
last year. They made half of them, which is an incredible percentage. Clippers have led by as many as 19 here in this quarter. Batum in his park place for three. Book it for Nicholas Batum.
You know, it's funny, too, that overhead pass that Paul George made, you work on that pass because they know once you draw the defense in, that pass is going to be available. So it's not something that guys kind of just do because of. They work on that pass.
After trimming 9 points off the lead, the Clippers have responded well here after the timeout.
Well, take a look here. Getting down the lane and just zip it over the top. A little bit outside the shooting pocket, but a shooter like Batum is able to catch, lace him up, and let it fly.
And Nicholas Batum will have a quick second. Tomorrow, the LA Clippers find it. Go to their Twitter account. Episode 3 of In Pursuit will drop at 6 o'clock, and it may or may not feature our favorite Frenchman. A whistle, no whistle. Clippers tear it out and are on the run. George runs over Allen. A whistle and a foul, and the ball goes back to Memphis.
That's outstanding defense. Jason Allen to kind of get himself in place and then anticipate that Paul George was going to kind of move to the baseline side right here with the little crossover. He took all of that elbow to the chin, and I'm surprised that they're not looking at this right now. The officials.
I'm just happy he didn't trip him.
A couple times.
Too soon?
What, did you say it yesterday?
No.
Okay, well, it's not too soon.
Very good.
Kind of let it go.
I will say this. Grayson Allen talked to a lot of scouts. They love his ability in the league as Dylan Brooks knocks down the jumper 71-58.
Well, you think about this, too. When he came in, he had his struggles early, too, to kind of find his place and find his niche. But because of a high IQ of the game and really good organization, they were patient with his development, and now it's paying off for him.
Kawhi in the mid-range knocks it down 73-58. Kawhi with 18.
That kind of patience pays off for the Clippers right there when Kawhi can navigate and get to his spots.
Morant makes a hair adjustment during the timeout. Important details like this are needed. Misses, but does draw the foul. He was going, Jim, I know you're concerned, without the man bun, and now has it in there after the timeout.
You know, it's just like a guy that might want to switch shoes at halftime or something, you know, that the look, he feels better. Maybe he feels better in the man bun. Seriously, you know, it may feel better, or it could be, a lot of stuff is superstition too. Like how you play, like certain ways you wear your hair, you know what I mean?
Well, he was, 3 for 10, I believe, maybe 2 for 10 in the first half. That's it, I guarantee it.
I'm telling you. Thanks for this. Hey, Clipper fans, go to clippers.com/Lexus to learn more about the thrilling new Lexus IS. All in the sport sedan, because the greater the obsession, the greater the reward. Lexus, the official luxury vehicle of the LA Clippers. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And somebody did not, thank you, JR, for handing that to me, because somebody else was sitting back critiquing everything I did right there, just waiting for the moment.
I just logged on to some 4th grade reading classes for next week. I'll be much better next week. Brooks fouled by Pat Beverly.
Oh!
They will call that on the floor. I got to be honest, I was astounded. We got Pat Beverly raising his hand and acknowledging the whistle, and I couldn't take my eyes. Meanwhile, a crazy shot falls for Dylan Brooks.
Well, Pat right there got caught in the air, and he wasn't going to let him get it off. But, hey, the old rule is when you hear the whistle, throw it up.
I mean, what is, mark it down, February 26, 2021. The time is 6:30 Pacific.
I seen it on a real aggressive hard foul when he meant to do it with somebody. You know what I mean?
And maybe that is true.
You know what I'm saying? And that's more so, yeah, I got him, and I meant to do it. You know what I mean?
So when he hasn't meant to do it, he has yet to commit.
That's right.
You have ironed this out. Thank you.
That's right. See right there. See that look right there. It's like the hands up like this. Mm-mm. See? Still explaining.
I just enjoy watching him do pretty much anything on the basketball floors. Lou Williams will get set to check in as he peels off the warm-ups. Clippers have led by as many as 19 in this quarter. This is the tail end of a back-to-back, both games against Memphis. We talked about just a moment ago. Clippers will be on the road in Milwaukee on Sunday afternoon.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be an easy dub here with Memphis because, one, they're at home. One, they had confidence from winning last night. And 3, they play hard. So with a team like that, with the Clippers, you just can't afford slippage like this in your concentration because Memphis will make you pay.
Anderson in overdrive gives to Brooks. Anderson with the rebound and a putback. Counted in a foul.
You know, double-digit lead now, an opportunity to cut it to 10. A little momentum. Again, this is one of those teams. Being youthful can go one or two ways. One, it can be demoralizing a lot of times when you get down early, and it's easy to beat them. Or it's always that fight, because you don't know any better, and you expect to do something. And that's what you see with this Memphis team, and a lot of that is credited towards, I think, Taylor Jenkins, head coach.
Kawhi drives on Anderson, finds Batum. Again a 3. Trey Bien for Nicholas Batum, and the Clippers lead by 14.
French fry. It's French.
Shame on you, Jim.
You say
Shame
yours,
on you.
I say mine. Mine is French fry.
So you're telling me I've been eating French fruit my whole life. I feel very cultured right now.
I don't know what you've been eating. I said French fry. French fry twice. Okay.
In and out, and Valanciunas has the loose ball for Memphis. It is good to see Batum knocking down threes. Morant a miss inside. Clippers have it with momentum. 5:10 to play in the third. Batum fakes the 3. And the ball deflected into the backcourt. Morant beats everybody there and lays it in. Deflections are key, and Memphis leads the league in that category.
And Kawhi assumed the ball was going to be deflected out of bounds, and it wasn't. John Morant took advantage of it.
Timeout on the floor. Clippers out in front here in the third.
I told you, this Clipper team can't play around with Memphis. They're young, they're smart, they're hungry. They want to get another dub.
Of duty to Afghanistan in security forces and Iraq in transportation operations. Having served in the U.S. National Guard for 19 years, he has been awarded numerous.
Boston Celtics. Coverage begins at 4 with Clippers Live also streaming on Fox Sports Go. Upcoming schedule, we do not have the game on Sunday. It'll be an ABC game, but we are back in business to pull the curtain down on the first half of the season in 2 good games. The Celtics and the Wizards. The Wizards are just an entertaining brand of basketball to watch. I love watching Bradley Beal, except when he plays the Clippers, of course. Clippers are trying to ramp it up as they head into that final stretch. They've got work to be done if they want to keep their position in the Western Conference. If not, move up against the Utah Jazz. Late in the clock for Leonard. A swooping hook shot inside, and he puts the Clippers out in front by 14.
You know what was great about that possession right there by Kawhi? He never allowed his body. As soon as Dillon kind of reached out with his elbow or arm, Kawhi was moving.
Oh, met at the summit and knocked out of his hands. The ball will stay with Memphis, but another nice defensive play by Ibaka.
Well, go back to that play. Brooks is thinking right there, look, I got to body up, I got to push on him. And then Kawhi just slides right off of it. Sometimes that's the beauty of mixing up. Sometimes he uses his power. Sometimes he uses more finesse to keep his defender off balance.
Leonard 7 of 10 here tonight. Brooks misses and Ibaka rebounds. Surges looked very good these last couple of ball games for the Clippers. So too has Lou Williams tonight. Misses on cue. Memphis has the rebound. 4 minutes to play in this third quarter. Brooks a pull-up 3, and Terrence Mann has the rebound for the Clippers. Leonard bumped going up by Tillman. He'll go to the line too. Clippers with 36 points in the paint. I bring it up only because of what the damage was done last night. Lou wondered if it was a record for Memphis with the 72. No, it was not, but it was awful close. We're also not seeing the floaters that we saw all last night. Every single possession seemed to have one for Memphis. The Clippers out in front by 14, have led by as many as 19 here in this third quarter. Now a quick word from Sweet James.
Not all personal injury law firms are the same. Experience counts. Results matter. If your case is important to you, call us now for a free consultation.
Coming for Kawhi. He has 21 to lead the way for the Clippers. Knocks down a pair of free throws. Clippers just 9 for 26 from above the arc. They lead the league in that category. They haven't shot the ball well in Memphis. They still lead by 16. Morant. The floater misses.
Yeah, but you know what, Brian? They had some really good looks. Think about early on, just wide open off the dribble penetration. And, you know, the percentages don't tell the whole story a lot of times. It's different if they were forcing a lot of contested three-point shots and missing.
Zeus sets the screen. Kawhi disappears, reappears, cashes in from downtown. And Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers lead once again by 19.
Yeah, and the good teams figure out ways to stretch out the lead. Kawhi right here, reading the defense, knocks in the 3.
Stay tuned for the post-game show with Christina Pink, Don McClain, and a short-sleeve tie vest combo of Corey Maggette, brought to you by Nissan. I will say this. He does pull it off. He does not look like an office supply salesman. He does not do that.
Back in the 70s, door to door. Like, what you need? I got it.
Morant gets downhill again, attacks on Zoo, hangs in the air, and puts it through.
You know what? On that play, then you can do about it. You forced him to his left, which he loved to go to. But he had to hang in the air, contest his shot. He just made a great shot.
Skip pass to Man, touch pass to Lou. Moves to left. Rebound. Man contends for it, but cannot hold on to it. Tillman. Now on the switch. If you're Zoo, what do you do here?
Give him the space. You want to force him into some help, but give him the jump shot. Now contest it. See? Perfect defense that time by Zoo. Perfect defense.
Kawhi in traffic.
Whoa. And then some guys in this league are just good. I don't care how good the defense is. That's just one hand scooped up, hang in the air, and lay it up over the front of the rim.
His body and ball control, it's amazing around the rim. Tripped up on the way up, but maintains possession. Clark, concerned about Morant being on the ground there, just somebody to turn an ankle. Thankfully, everybody gets up and is all right. Memphis misses. Clippers have the ball. Man down the lane. Down the hatch it goes. Cyclones through the cylinder for Terrence Mann. Clippers lead by 19.
And that's Elton right there. Great shot. I'll tell you something. The growth of Mann to actually see that opening. As a young player, game is moving so fast a lot of times you won't even see that. That one he was patient enough to allow it to happen. Now he took advantage of it once again.
Oh, and Zeus sets him up again. Man powers it down 87-68. Melton aggressive inside and leaves it in with a minute to play in the third. Remember, we're talking about DeAnthony Melton. He can play the game at a very high level. I also like that he's a local boy. Senyor, once again, errant pass out of bounds. Clippers have some pennies in the piggy bank. They can smile about this one.
Watch Zoo right here with the screen in the backcourt just a little bit, just to get Ja to move over just a little bit, give him enough space. Man able to get to the basket.
Floater for Tillman, no. And the shots that seemed to be bottomless last night for Memphis are not falling tonight.
It was amazing. It's like anything, like the success they had last night, everybody started to make it. Now it's the same thing now in reverse this evening. So they're just not finding that sweet spot.
Lou for three. Book it for Lou.
We are.
Lou Williams off the bench with 15 points. Shot clock is off for Morant and the Grizzlies. Gets into the paint off the window and in. He is so good around the iron. And that will do it for the third quarter, but the Clippers will take an 18-point lead into the final frame in Memphis.
Overall this year, the Heat 7-7 without him. John, a lot of folks were asking, what's the matter with the Heat early in the season? Well, what was the matter was Jimmy Butler missed those 12 early games. The Heat lost 9 of them. With Butler playing, Miami 4 games over 500 at 12-8.
Look, having a top 10 player in the league, top 15 player in the league, and Jimmy, however you want to rank him, makes such a difference on your team and all the things he does, particularly as a creator with the ball in his hands. So many facets of the game he impacts. He makes the game easier for his teammates.
Yeah, those last 2 free throws for Dragic give us our 12th lead change of the game. Clarkson against Bam. Oh, Bam really made him work for that. And Iguodala boxing out Gobert. The Heat have the ball in a 1-point lead. Under 2 minutes left in the third. Into Bam. Gobert sent it back. First block shot of the game for Rudy Gobert. That gives you an idea of how seriously he is as a rim protector.
And how quick he put it back. Bam had the post up early inside on Conley, and all of a sudden Gobert able to recover back to help Conley, who gets completely out of the picture. And there's the finish by the number 2 shot blocker in the league. And Bam can play some D2 now, bodying up a much smaller guy and contesting Jordan Clarkson, making things tough there as he forces him into a miss.
Meanwhile, Bam picked up his second foul. By the way, Gobert, the number 2 shot blocker behind Miles Turner of Indiana. And listen to these numbers. Gobert has now blocked at least one shot in 32 consecutive games. Second longest active streak to guess who? The league shot block leader, Miles Turner, who's had a rejection in 46 consecutive games.
You know, it's interesting. When I think of Miles Turner, I don't think he impacts the game nearly as much as Rudy Gobert defensively. It's interesting. A lot of his blocks, from my recollection, are actually out on the perimeter. Turner has long arms, does a good job keeping him down. The shooter doesn't know how close he is. He thinks he can get it off, and Turner blocks a lot of them outside. Gobert is so good at the rim.
Ingles has 11 points. The Jazz have made all 15 of their free throws. That's the 9th rebound for Gobert, matches his point total. Our 13th lead change has Utah in front by 1. Clarkson finds Gobert for the hammer job. Gobert with 11 points now, and the Jazz are ahead by 3.
Well, that's the offensive pressure he puts on you. You put shooters out on the perimeter, and then Gobert dives to that front of the rim.
Bam backs up and scores over Gobert. Bam with 9 points in the quarter, 19 for the game.
And boy, he makes that look easy. That is a tough shot. Has to shoot it kind of fading away because he can't get all the way to the basket. Gobert's there. Love the way Bam is stepping up with this challenge, and we thought he may not even play before the game.
Yeah, came in with a sore left knee and going against maybe the premier big man defender in basketball in Gobert. Here's Clarkson fading left and missing. Bam with his 7th rebound. Heat trailing by a point. 38 seconds left, quarter number 3. Iguodala 4-3. Kaboom! Andre. How about that? His first score of the game, his 35th triple of the season.
It's such a good game. In the last game, knocking down shots, played with really great confidence. 4 of 5 beyond the arc in the last win against Toronto, and still has that ability to make the shot.
14 lead changes in this game. 8 have come in this quarter. Here's Clarkson. Under duress, he missed it. Iguodala with a one-handed rebound. He could get the last shot of the third quarter. And an over and back on Dragic. He turned it over for the 10th time. Gives it back to Utah with 4 seconds left in the quarter.
It's Iguodala right here. The ball and both feet have to be over. And then he threw.
Oh, that was very close. I didn't think he got rooked on that one.
So Dragic's feet have to be down on the reception.
Conley misses. Third quarter comes to a close. Utah outscores the Heat 41-39 in that quarter. You like offense? You like drama? You like great NBA basketball? Kick back and keep on liking. Fourth quarter in Miami coming your way next here on Fox Sports Sun. Short on the three. Jordan Clarkson, he struggled tonight. Sets up Bam. And Bam knocked away the rebound from Clarkson, and Bam's going to be called for the foul.
It's a good shot for Bam, but it's a tough one because he has to put such backspin on that over top of the 7-footer. Bam's been so good to me right now. He's won this battle against Gobert, both rebounding the basketball, passing, being able to make shots, but it hasn't been easy. He's had to make some very difficult shots.
Jordan Clarkson back topside to Ingles. Now it's Conley. Conley hits the run. 12 points for Mike Conley. Also has 6 assists. It's a 2-point Heat lead. 10:22 left in the game. We're taking a look at the third stat sheet. Some eye-popping numbers. We'll share them with you when we get it. Robinson throws up a 3 and buries it. Duncan Robinson. That's his third triple tonight. Gives him 12 points. Puts the Heat in front by 5. Duncan has now scored in double figures in 7 straight games. Averaging 17 points a game on the 4-game win streak. Bam pulls down the Clarkson miss. 9th rebound for Bam Adebayo. Coming at Gobert. Look out. Ingles with a steal. 11 Heat turnovers. Dragic caught reaching into that cookie jar. The second foul on Goran Dragic. Second team foul on Miami in this quarter.
Cans. I think officials are really programmed to make that call because when a man's running straight at you, reaching in, you make some contact there or picking up the person.
Oh, Donovan Mitchell ran right through that hole. His first score of the fourth quarter. He has 26 points for the game.
So quick and fast, little hesitation, like he faked the handoff.
Dragic gets by Mitchell, goes right at Gobert and wins. What a play by the Trig, and that was breathing fire in a serious way. He has 18 points. The Heat are up by 5. Ingles finishes. Beat Dragic to the rim. Joe Ingles having another nice game with 13 points for Utah. It's a 3-point Heat lead, 9 minutes still remaining. Heat looking for movement off the ball. Dragic. And the rebound at George Niang. Gobert sliding in. Bam! Reaching in to knock it free. This is Clarkson. Bam switches out to him. That leaves Gabe Vincent on Gobert. Clarkson. Oh, man. Imagine that. A 3 under duress instead of going to Gobert with a mismatch. Yeah. Clarkson delivers 13 points for him. Ties the game at 103.
4 of 15. I mean, just shooting the ball horribly. And decides to take that shot. It's a big one for them, though, to tie the game. But this is Donovan Mitchell. He's their leading scorer, and he is lightning quick getting to the rim with that lay-in. Clarkson, top scorer in the NBA, does not lack confidence in that fadeaway triple.
Atlanta right now with 3:48 left in their fourth quarter, trailing at Oklahoma City 109-98. The Jazz have scored the last 5 points in this game. It's even at 103 with 8 minutes left. There's Robinson, a 3. Duncan delivers again. He's got 4 triples in the game, 2 of them in the money quarter, the fourth quarter. It's a 3-point Heat lead. Miami with 12 triples. Utah's trade 14 times. Bam with his 10th rebound. The Bam Adebayo 5 straight double-doubles. Dragic. It rolls in for Goran. He's got 20 points, 6 in this quarter, and the Heat are ahead by 5. They've scored 5 straight. So they answer Utah's 5-0 run with one of their own.
Yeah, go outside, then inside. This man hard to contain. That's Mitchell being able to get inside and use the physicality. Heat moving the ball well, and It's Iguodala finding Duncan Robinson, who's got that lightning quick release. Excellent example of his follow-through, waving goodbye. And how about Gordon getting the step on Joe Ingles? Gordon with length. Ingles at 6'7", long arms. Gordon's been able to get around in the corner and use that left-hand runner.
Duncan Robinson's third foul as Mitchell sets himself up at the free throw stripe, makes the first. If you missed any of tonight's game or you just want to enjoy one of the best games this season again, tune in tonight at midnight or tomorrow at noon for a Heat Jazz replay presented to you by your South Florida Honda dealers. Gabe Vincent and Bam Adebayo leave the game. Jimmy Butler and Kelly Olynyk re-enter the game. Jimmy with 26 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds. But Donovan Mitchell, 28 points tonight. The Jazz a perfect 17 for 17 at the free throw stripe. 7:12 left in the game. Dragic against Bogdanovich. Out to Iguodala for three. Kaboom! Andre Iguodala. 2 threes here in the second half. That one puts Miami up 111 to 105. The 6-point lead with just under 7 minutes left. Mitchell slaloming through the defense. Gobert on the follow. Rudy Gobert, 13 points, 10 rebounds, his 23rd double-double of the season. Dragic from downtown. Kaboom! As he dialed in or what, John? He's got 9 in the fourth quarter, 23 for the game, showing a little Dragon emotions. A 7-point lead with 6:33 to play.
Breathing fires the Dragon. Missed the road trip, just his second game back. And he is in rhythm right over top of the defender. Beautiful arc, waving goodbye as it splashes.
Goran Dragic delivering our give it everything moment from Kia. He has 25 points in 26 minutes off the bench. He's 9 of 14 from the field, 3 of 4 from 3, and he's already got 9 points in this fourth quarter. And look at this, off the bench, his 22nd game of 20 points or more, pulling even with a guy back in the old days, Kevin Edwards, the former Blue Demon of DePaul, Heat original. Royce O'Neal, Missing from three, the Dragon with a rebound. The Heat up 7, 6:15 left in the game. Olynyk against Clarkson, hands it to Jimmy. Iguodala dumps it inside to Olynyk, broken up by Donovan Mitchell. It's the Heat's 12th turnover. Jazz have only committed 6 turnovers. Clarkson with an unconscious shot selection, missing again. Clarkson is 4 out of 16.
Yeah, just wondering how long Coach Snyder can leave him in the game. I think he's really hurting the Jazz right now. Quick shooting, terrible shots, and he's missing.
Dragic missed on the run. Olynyk missed on the tip. Iguodala finds the offensive board. Butler back to Andre. Open 3. Oh, that would have been big. The Heat go back to the defensive end, holding a 7-point lead. Mitchell for Gobert. And Olynyk with
good foul.
A foul he took intentionally rather than give up the dunk. That's the 4th foul on Kelly Olynyk.
Again, the smarts, though, of Kelly there. Get him before he gathers, goes up. It won't be a 2-shot foul. It'll even be side out, but that's a short 2 points if he's on his way to the basket. Most likely a dunk for Gobert.
5:18 left. Mitchell finds Gobert. Dragic knocked it free. Dragic gets it off to Olynyk. Takes the long 3. Perhaps an ill-advised quick shot with just over 5 minutes left. And the Heat leading by 7. Mitchell splits the D. Mitchell against Kelly Olynyk. Way off. Rebound off the hands of Gobert, taken by Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy gets fouled by Bogdanovich. That'll be the 5th foul on Bojan Bogdanovich.
Boy, this game is physical, too. Great defense by Miami, swarming. Jimmy running this one down. It could go either way. And then just the body check there as the Heat may have had a potential fast break situation. Boy, you feel those the next day. I mean, even as big and strong as Jimmy is, that's a 6'8 Bogdanovich standing him up there as he was trying to advance down the floor. Going to be about execution here on out. A lot of basketball left to play. Want to move the ball, keep moving their bodies. Love the rhythm Dragic is in right now.
John Quinn Snyder, the Jazz coach, must have been listening to our telecast. He has taken Clarkson out. Gobert comes down with a rebound. It's 12th of the game. Still a 7-point lead for Miami, 4.5 minutes left. A big-time contest between the Heat and the 26-6 Utah Jazz, best record in the league, as Butler gets caught with a chin foul. That's Jimmy's first foul, but it puts the Heat over the limit and the Jazz in the bonus for the final 4:22 of the game.
Boy, Mitchell's so quick, splitting traps and defense. Here's a look at what he does so well. Heat looking to switch here. Boom, just goes right between the 2 defenders. Doesn't let the defense come together and communicate. Lightning quick first step. Explosive as he gets to the rim as well.
First missed free throw of the game for Utah comes on their 18th attempt. 54-year-old Quinn Snyder out of Mercer Island, Washington, former captain of the Duke Blue Devils. He was a 3-year starter. As you see the concentration. Mitchell. Made the second. Salt Lake against the Heat. Heat ahead by 6. They've been stuck on 114 for a few minutes. For at least 2 minutes. Butler got it. Oh, he needed it. He delivered it. 28 points for Butler, his first score of the 4th quarter. It's 116-108. Conley on the move, missed it. Rebound to Butler, his 8th of the game. He goes down and Conley ties him up. So a jump ball coming with 3:48 remaining in the game. Jimmy emptying the effort bucket, now has 28 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists.
Jimmy dribbling, getting into an area that he's comfortable, leans that shoulder sometimes, or he steps back with that left dribble. Just enough space to shoot over top of Bogdanovich. Important jump ball here. Heat need to make sure they line up so Jimmy can tap it here to Bam. Oh, no.
Oh, he should have went the other way when he had two players there, Olynyk and Robinson. Bogdanovich for three.
Oh.
Got it. A big exchange there. First score of the fourth quarter for Bogdanovich. He has 17. It tightens to a 5-point game, and the Heat take a timeout with 3:39 left.
It's the little things, and here's a jump ball situation. Kind of threw it over towards the Jazz side, too, there by accident. And that leads to a corner triple for Bogdanovich. And, wow, Jazz right back in it.
Half minutes left. It's a 5-point Heat lead. Butler shoots it on Bogdanovich, missed it. And the rebound saved in by Royce O'Neal. Conley into the paint, able to score over Duncan Robinson. Mike Conley, 14 points, 4 of them in the fourth quarter. It's a 3-point game now. 5 straight points for Utah. Goran Dragic, who has 25 points tonight in 30 minutes, working against Bogdanovich. And an offensive foul on Kelly Olynyk. That'll be the 5th foul on Olynyk and an untimely turnover for Miami.
Yeah, very ill-timed. Dragic had the step. He was getting into the paint. All of a sudden, Mitchell goes top of your screen, Kelly O just back pushes on Mitchell there. Got to be smarter.
3-point Heat lead, 2:43 left. Donovan Mitchell into the corner. This is O'Neal. 4 on the shot clock. Bogdanovich, a contested 3. Excellent defensive segment for Miami and a foul on the rebound.
Oh, that's good. Kelly O's going to foul out.
Now Miami plus 12 on the glass and get a foul on Olynyk to foul him out of this game.
Kelly O getting stuck with big Rudy Gobert on the weak side. It's a wrestling match, but it's going to be the quick arms. See the right hand wrapped in Gobert's arms right there. That's what they're going to call because Gobert is pushing too.
But Gobert pushed off first.
It's that reach in there that the official sees on the arms. And
first foul out of the season for Olynyk, John. Yeah. And Gobert will get 2 free throws. He's 5 of 5 from the free throw line tonight. His team is down by 3.
So this will push Bam over now from the 4 to the 5. He's got 3 personal fouls, so has the opportunity to continue to stay aggressive here with 2:30 to go. He'll be the one matched up more often with Gobert, but he can't help. He can't roam as much when he's with Gobert because then the lob becomes much more an effect for the Jazz. If he takes a step off, they just throw right to the rim, and Gobert has the easy tap in.
And he makes them both. So it's 116 to 115, 7 straight points for Utah. 2:26 left in the game. The pressure is mounting on both clubs. Butler with a burst. Got fouled. He'll go to the stripe with 28 points. Royce O'Neal commits the foul. Jimmy headed to the line.
I love how Jimmy caught this on the move. He anticipated the pass from Goran. On the right wing, gets a running start and was able to really fool the defense. O'Neal just wasn't moving fast enough. And so the contact there, and Jimmy back to the line. That's his 8th attempt right now, 7 of 8 as he takes his 9th.
Jimmy Butler has tied his season high at 30 against Sacramento. He's got 30 tonight against the Utah Jazz with 8 points and 8 rebounds. The Heat lead by 3, 2:10 left. Mitchell missed. Mitchell gets it back. This is Conley with 2 minutes left. Conley against Robinson, help from Dragic, and an offensive foul. Conley charging in the Dragic. The 5th charge drawn this year by the Dragic, and a big time to come up with that defensive play.
What a fourth quarter. Not only is he scoring the basketball, but getting into the position here. Conley takes off out of control a bit, and Dragic right there positionally to take the hit right between the shoulder blades and the chest, and that's Miami ball. Big possession here. Miami with a 3-point lead. That's a 1-possession game. You know, this is all about execution. And Miami did a nice job against Toronto in the fourth quarter in the last game.
Here's Jimmy, picked up by Bogdanovich, who then heads away, leaves an open shot for Butler, and it rimmed out. He's free, 1:38 left. Bogdanovich, quick off the dribble, and Duncan deflects it out of bounds. 1:34 left. Boy, that shot by Butler, playing ring around the rim.
Really good look, too. That's just what they want. Jimmy off the dribble in that mid-range game. Wow, that touched it all.
30 points for Butler, 25 for Dragic. Mitchell got fouled by Duncan Robinson. On Robinson, it's his 5th foul.
That's so Jimmy Butler-like is Donovan Mitchell, where he gets to your body and just locks you up. Duncan standing up, and Mitchell down lower center of gravity, gets that left shoulder on his chest and is able to draw the foul.
Donovan Mitchell with 29 points tonight. His season high, 36. He did it twice against New Orleans and Boston. By the way, some final scores are trickling in. Celtics ended a 3-game losing streak with a 118-112 win against Indiana. Kemba Walker had 32. Toronto got a triple-double from Kyle Lowry and 30 points from Norman Powell. They beat the Rockets 122-111, and Phoenix helped Miami, beating Chicago 106-97, ending a 3-game winning streak for the Bulls. Mitchell trying to make it a 1-point game, does not, and Bam able to hold on to his 11th rebound. The Jazz are 21 of 23 from the free throw line. They're down by 2. 1:13 to go. Shot clock already at 5. Here comes Jimmy. Takes on Gobert, who blocked it. Jimmy throws it away. Excellent defense by Utah. They're down 2 under a minute to play. Donovan Mitchell zigzagging. No finish. And the rebound taken by Mitchell. And then he throws it out of bounds. Now both teams making critical mistakes and late game turnovers.
Wow. What a scramble. What 50-50 ball. This is it. Everyone going after it here. Mitchell tries to make a spectacular pass instead of just handing it off to Conley, and it goes out of bounds. Heat ball.
Andre Iguodala hands it over to Jimmy. 2-point lead, 38 seconds left. A score here would be huge. It rolls in. Jimmy Butler with a season high 32 points, puts Miami in front by 4 with 33 seconds left on the clock. Miami trying to put a stop to that. There's As the Jazz, they've won 22 of their last 24, and 20 of those 22 wins by double figures. They lead the league in threes, number 2 scoring defense, number 3 in field goal percentage defense, and Miami with 120 points on the board. John, this might be the best game, win or lose, that the Heat have played this season.
I agree, and it just from start to finish, no breakdowns, been so consistent offensively and defensively. A lot of basketball left to play here. You need to lock in on this defensive possession.
Conley out to O'Neal, almost a steal. Bounces to Bogdanovich, misses the 3. And the rebound to Butler. He finds none. The clock is down to 19 seconds. Butler racing ahead, fouled by Royce O'Neal. You can feel the heat from miles away right now.
That is such great effort and energy. And the Heat are able to run some clock off, too. Utah late fouling. They're not in the bonus yet, so it's going to be side out Miami. It's a scramble situation here offensively for Utah. Ball's just flying around everywhere. Bogdanovich gets a good look, but this is where I thought Miami made multiple efforts and were able to corral that basketball. Good work by Miami. It'll be side out as they come back here after the break.
A signature victory, and a victory that would be their 5th in a row.
Look, the Heat have one timeout, so if they can't get it in, they can call it. I expect the ball to get to Jimmy Butler and let him handle the basketball. But Jazz are going to go for the steal, and if not, they're going to try to foul.
In the Butler makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch, and Butler finally gets fouled with 15.2 seconds left. Jimmy has 32 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. He is 8 of 9 from the field. It's Jimmy's 9th double-double. He has 6 fourth-quarter points.
Look, it's already a 2-possession game since the Heat are up 4. But what you have to worry about with Utah at all time is how good they are as a three-point shooting team. So it'd be nice for him to knock down these two and make it a 6-point differential where you... Let's make it a 5-point differential then, shall we?
Way to adjust, John. Way to adjust.
Look, Utah only has one timeout left here.
Floor. Knocked out of bounds, going to stay with the Lakers. Caruso is out there for Schroeder to give Schroeder some rest.
When we talk about the Laker defense, extra effort, great steal, block. I don't know which one that is. Is it a steal? Is it a block? Because he took it off and he was off and running. That's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to get back to that style of defense if they want to continue to be dominant, because their three-point shooting, that's not how they beat you.
Officially, it was a block by James. Caruso missing, then falls down on the other end. So got a stoppage of play here. Foul on Markieff Morris, so that's 2 on Morris in the third team foul against Los Angeles. Kyle Kuzma checking in. Richard, you said before the game you think he's had a really good year.
I think this is the best year. This is the most professional year of his career. The way he's been rebounding, the extra efforts. I think, it's been talked about, signing that contract before the season. probably took a little bit less money to stay in LA because he said you can make money, but the opportunities to be on a championship team in the city that you want to be in, that was more of a priority than trying to go make as much money as possible in the open market. And he's still young. He's going to get plenty of opportunities at that bag if he stays healthy.
At just 5 points against Utah. Lillard drills the 3 and Portland by 10. But prior to that game, had been averaging 18 points per game over his last 3. And again, with Anthony Davis and Schroeder out, there were more opportunities for Kuzma to have the ball in his hand. Here's Caldwell Pope trying to get free from Lillard. Gasol is open, mid-3. Kuzma collides with Trent and is called for the foul that occurred on Kuzma.
We talked about Kyle Kuzma's rebounding, but with so many teams going small, where he kind of found a cheat code, he realized that a lot of these guards that are guarding him aren't boxing out. Guards aren't used to boxing out, so he's been able to run around free and get second opportunities, offensive rebounding, been able to score some points, getting some second chance opportunities for himself and his team.
10-point Blazer lead, 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Damian Lillard with 6 points so far, 7 for Trent, so the starting backcourt has 13. Here's Carmelo Anthony, who's played very well off the bench this season for the Blazer. Lillard driving and is called for the offensive foul.
That is great defense by Montrezl Harrell. That is the number one defense. What you didn't see before is he came over to help on Carmelo and then got back to Enes Kanter and stepped in to take a charge. So when they posted up Carmelo, he came over to avoid the attack by Carmelo, got back in there for the ability to take the charge. Great defense by Montrezl Harrell.
Schroeder back on the court. Frank Vogel going to play him in smaller bursts. He had been out because he was in the health and safety protocol. Missed 4 games. Makes a nice pass here to Montrezl Harrell, and the reigning 6th man of the year puts it in.
Montrez has been special for the Lakers this year. Just his offensive game. Just having that post threat when him and Anthony Davis play well together. You have 2 bigs that can play defense and score.
Lillard, great look. Trent could not pay it off. Missed the 3. LA looking to run. Schroeder gets to the foul line. Schroeder going to work again. Little push shot goes, and Lakers back within 6. First points for Dennis Schroeder, 8th-year pro out of Germany. He was traded by Oklahoma City to the Lakers for Danny Green. He had started every game until he had to go out because of the health and safety protocol. A foul called here on Montrezl Harrell, and the Lakers are over the foul limit.
And when we talked to Coach Vogel before, Schroeder might not be the head of the snake, but he is so important to their attack, getting downhill, creating for himself and others, averaging 14 a night. And again, his numbers in Oklahoma City last year had him in 2nd in 6th man of the year voting, right behind his now teammate Montrez.
So, Richard, I want to go back to what you just said there before we ran the institutional about Dennis Schroeder. So you have the winner of the 6th man of the year and the runner-up for 6th man of the year now on your team. They weren't on your team last year. They're obviously different in the middle. Gasol instead of Dwight Howard and JaVale McGee. How do you think they're better with the moves that they've made? As Harold
I think they're better because that's what the bench was lacking. Kyle Kuzma was a starter a lot last year, and they just lacked that scoring punch from the bench. They lacked that second force. And I think Montrez and Schroeder, now I know Schroeder is a starter, but it gives them the ability to have some guys get some rest. This is what Montrez has brought in. Now you have another offensive post threat. Now you have another guard threat that can score in Schroeder, and very good defenders. That's why the Lakers are number 1 in defense. That's where they're better. That's what was so crazy about this offseason is that normally when a team that wins the championship addresses the needs that they needed the year before with, bench scoring. As you see, they're up from 11th to 7th this year. It's crazy because they should be favored, but you have teams like Philly that are playing great. The Brooklyn Nets are a force when you look at what they're able to do offensively. You see Kyle Kuzma back on the offensive rebounding glass again. That's where they've gotten better.
Trail by 5 right now, trying to end a 4-game losing streak, their largest skid since December of 2019. What a gorgeous play by Damian Lillard, and he'll go to the line as he takes a hard fall, a shot to the face, but that was beautiful from jump. Made a great dribble, drive, and then the finish was excellent as well.
Ooh, he's going to need a moment there.
I don't know how he got that ball up on the rim. Watch this here. Damian Lillard breaks down 2 defenders, gets hit in the face. He's got his eyes closed, and he still puts it off the glass and in.
Diamonds look like water, Wait, I said these diamonds look like water, yeah.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Drive always discovers possibility. Goodyear, more driven. Dave Pash in Arizona. Richard Jefferson across the street from Staples Center will be on site Sunday for the Lakers and Warriors. Damian Lillard, an all-star for the 6th time, 4th consecutive year. Took a shot to the face from Schroeder. Common foul, and Lillard with a free throw now has 9 points. The Blazers lead by 8. That second unit still out there for the Lakers with Matthews, Caruso, Kuzma, Harrell. Schroeder playing with that group, and he's tripped up here by Cantor, and so Schroeder will go to the line for 2.
And you see they're going to put Enes Kanter in a pick and roll every single time they get an opportunity. Now, Enes Kanter is a great finisher, great rebounder, brings a ton of energy, but he's got to play back in the pick and roll. This is where he has a weakness as a player, why he's kind of bounced around. It's if you can't guard the pick and roll as a big man, there's going to be times where it's just a long night, and the Lakers have all of the talent to make him in a pick and roll be a very long night.
He's played well this year, despite having to play more minutes and start. They brought him in to be a backup with Yusuf Nurkic and Zach Collins. Collins has not played at all this year because of a left ankle injury. Nurkic has played in 12 games, but has not played since mid-January because of a broken wrist. No timetable for those two guys, although the hope is that Nurkic will definitely come back, and they're certainly hopeful that Collins will be available at some point this season. And still CJ McCollum out. He hasn't played since January 16th, missing his 19th consecutive game tonight. Here's Lillard. Gets fouled. He'll go back to the line. 2 more free throws for Dame, who's already got 9 points here in 9 minutes in the opening quarter.
And that's so tough for CJ. I can't wait to get him back on the court and see what this, one of the best backcourts in the league, can do. Averaging 26 points a night, 5 assists as he went down. He'd been trying to make that first All-Star game, and if he would have kept those numbers up, I definitely could have seen him in the All-Star game this year.
Our upcoming national TV schedule brought to you by Samsung. Coming up Monday on NBA TV, Utah, which just lost in Miami, the 7th loss this season for the Jazz. They're going to take on the Pelicans. The Blazers are back home to take on Charlotte on TNT Tuesday. The Clippers and Boston, followed by the Suns and Lakers. If the Lakers lose tonight, they'll actually drop behind Phoenix in the standings. The Suns won in Chicago earlier tonight. Devin Booker, yesterday, 2 days ago, named a replacement All-Star for the injured Anthony Davis.
And Devin Booker, he definitely deserved to be an All-Star this year. But it just points to how much Chris Paul is respected. Chris Paul got a ton of the credit for the success of that Phoenix team thus far, and rightfully so.
Foul called here on Rodney Hood. His first, and Schroeder's been really aggressive offensively. Go back to the line here. Well, you look at the Suns, they're 21-11. Only 2 starting backcourts are in the NBA All-Star game. Brooklyn and Phoenix. So that tells you how well Booker and Paul are playing, considering what Harden and Irving are doing, having won 8 in a row, and most of those without Kevin Durant. He's not going to be back now until after the All-Star break with a hamstring injury, as James checks back in.
Yeah, Chris Paul, you saw his impact last season with Oklahoma City, doing the exact same thing. Now, Devin Booker was a monster, was an all-star game last year, off his numbers, because their team wasn't playing great basketball, but now their team is playing great basketball, great defense. Shout out to Monty Williams and what he's doing there. My guy James Jones, a former teammate who's the GM there. They've been doing a great job. They put together a great roster, but Chris Paul definitely deserves a ton of the respect from what he's brought to that Phoenix organization.
2 minutes remaining here in the first in LA at Staples Center. Carmelo Anthony facing the double team. Finds Jones. Oh, good pass to Hood. Kuzma goes by him. Hood can't knock down the 3. It's been a struggle for Hood. Career low in scoring and 3-point shooting. Great look down court, and it spins home for Montrezl Harrell to pull LA within 4.
Wow, what a finish and what a pass.
First assist of the night for James. Step back long, 2. And Lillard has 13.
You can't guard that. Sidestep, step back.
Here's Schroeder. Knocks down the 3. First triple of the night for the Lakers.
Carmelo's looking a little confused. Carmelo, if you don't have your hand out, he's going to shoot it every time.
Offensive foul called here on Jones on the screen, so that's 2 on him.
And what you're not seeing here from this pass, and great, just right straight up, great pass and great finish. But prior to this, there was a 6-play scramble by the Lakers and a great stop. That's where the Lakers are great, when they're scrambling on the defense, getting it off the glass, and running in transition.
Before you played with LeBron, did you know how smart he was? I mean, you could see it obviously by watching him, his incredible basketball intelligence. But was there anything that stood out about that, Richard, when you got a chance to actually play with him?
Well, yeah, I was glad I didn't have to guard him anymore. It was annoying. I'd much rather be on the team than going against a guy like that.
I mean, leading the league in assists last year in his 17th year as Lillard continues to put on a show with 15 first-quarter points.
Dame Lillard, I said it before and I'll say it again. He is your favorite basketball player's favorite basketball player. That's how much the guys in the league love and respect Dame Lillard and his approach to the game.
Well, that was a little Walton-esque. I'm going to have to think about that one for a little while, what you just said there, Richard.
That means it. I'll explain it to you later off the air.
That's usually what Bill does. Shot clock at 9. Schroeder trying to shake Carmelo Anthony. Anthony playing good D on him, too. Schroeder has to throw it up. No good. And the Blazers have plenty of time here. Lillard with a great pass inside. And how about James with the block on Jones, who thought he was going to have an easy layup, and LeBron with his second swat of the opening quarter.
This is where the Lakers.
7th rated offensive team, and they are 2nd in three-pointers. They will launch. They also take care of the basketball. 2nd, fewest turnovers. Wesley Matthews trying to answer back. Taking now again. Simons, Anthony Simons, named after Penny Hardaway, Anthony Penny Hardaway. Here he goes, tried to bounce it. Stolen away by Montrez. Lakers now 3-on-3. Middleman into the front court is LeBron. LeBron with 4 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist. That is deflected out of bounds. It will be Laker ball. 14 to shoot. And Caruso will take it out. So the Lake Show starts with Kuzma, James, Harrell, Matthews, Caruso here in the second quarter.
Montrezl Harrell, the game Lakers off the bench with 5 points. He is now roaming in the paint.
LeBron can't hit the mid-range. Rebound. And quickly now to Hood. We'll give it right back to Carmelo. Carmelo Anthony. Boy, in the day, you could not stop him. One of the great pure scores in the history of the game. And that one's out of bounds.
Yeah, there's no question about that. But the way the game has changed, he's had to kind of alter his game because once he got it, he had it for about 10 seconds trying to create that shot.
Do you realize he's the 3rd oldest player in the league? Carmelo.
I can believe that.
Only Haslam and Iggy are older. That's tapped. It's going to be taken by LeBron. LeBron James, 2 big taps all the way, and he'll go to the free throw line. Trying to be aggressive.
That's what the Lakers have to do a lot more of, though, is get some stops, but then push the pace a little bit. So they're not fighting that 5-on-5 in the half court. Without Anthony Davis, their half court offense really struggles a bit. They're creating shots. Teams load up on LeBron and it makes it difficult.
And with LeBron shooting free throws, let's step onto the court with Oculus front row view. Again, we hope to have fans sitting in that exact spot or close to it sooner rather than later. Let's all do our part to make it happen.
LeBron 1 out of 2. You can't sleep on this Anthony Simons.
No.
This guy is an offensive player. He likes to get involved early.
Got a 6'9" wingspan. And rather, only 6'3" in height. Rodney Hood trying to do a little dance around Matthews. A rebound finds the Blazers, and there's Carmelo hitting from the baseline.
An area where he really made a living.
Career against the Lakers, averaging 22.5 points. When Matthews is in very deep. Kick it to the open man, Caruso! And he's got it for 3. That's a good look by Matthews.
Real nice look by Matthews. I'm surprised, though, that they didn't make Matthews show that he's going to be a threat in those first. They doubled him, and he made the right play.
But Caruso with his first basket tonight. The cutter down the middle. That's Jones. Take it away again. It's LeBron coming out of the pack. Here he comes. 2 in a row for Alex. Way short, but hustled down again by Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, Kuzma just outworked everybody for that loose ball.
Just wants it more than anybody else as far as rebound. He has it rejected, however, by Derek Jones Jr.
You can't give any space to that high fly act. You got to get into his body.
Remember, he was with Miami, where the Lakers played in the NBA Finals last season. Whoa, that one banks in.
No, he did not call back. No.
Anthony Simons off the glass.
Counts the same.
And most of his buckets lately have been threes. In fact, 20 of his last 21 baskets have been threes over the last 7+ games. THT's about to come in.
Another look at that with our Carl's cameras. Look at that angle for the bank. He throws it up. It's just off the mark in my estimation. I'll have to ask him afterwards. Somebody will ask him. Did you try that? He might tell you the truth.
Get on the little Zoom afterwards.
Do a little Zoom or the big Zoom?
With everybody. Just ask him, and then you can click off.
No, that's all right. I'll let Trudell take care of that.
8.5 to go, second quarter. Spinning, or at least turning, is Anthony. Clanks that one off the rim, and LeBron's got his 6th rebound already.
3 more than the next highest Laker. Going to try a 3. Got it. Yes, sir. That's tough. LeBron James.
Lakers obviously needed that one. They're falling behind by 9 again.
The Lakers 3 for 9 from downtown. Rodney Hood stopped there by Matthews. Of course, Matthews played some of his best years as an NBA player for this Portland franchise. Or was a real mainstay in their backcourt.
Another look at LeBron coming down in semi-transition and stopping behind the line and knocking down the three-pointer over Covington, who in the back pedal didn't close in time and paid the price.
And you can see how LeBron has struggled this month. That 41% the first couple of months of the year, that's outstanding. Simons all the way, and rebound taken by Kalen Horton-Tucker. Matthews will start and stop. And then LeBron gets hands on it, his good friend, Carmelo.
Going to have Dennis Schroeder checking back into the game. 7:45 to go here in the first half.
And Schroeder missed 4 consecutive. He is back. Was in COVID protocol. Did not test positive. The contact tracing, and he have to be out for that time period. 7.5 to go, second quarter. We'll be with you again on Sunday, 5 o'clock. Now make a note of that. That's when Steph and the Warriors will be here. We'll have it for you on the network. But no, rebound taken by Caruso. Tracks it down, surveys the floors. He brings it in the attacking zone. Stops, looks, underneath this LeBron. Got the dish from Caruso and scored the easy basket.
Well, LeBron took the role of Anthony Davis on that play. Run down, post up, and wait for the pass.
So the Lakers, who have never led in this game, are down by 4, and they've got it again. LeBron James gets bear hugged.
LeBron actually thought the Blazers were getting ready to call a timeout after he scored on his last possession, and they acted like they were, then they didn't. As it turned out, Caruso got the steal, and there goes, see, LeBron's walking toward the bench. He's like,
so he's in a perfect spot for the break.
He's walking toward the bench, and all of a sudden,
well, maybe
Caruso with the steal, and now LeBron to shoot 2 more free throws.
Maybe he's just clairvoyant. He just knew that the steal was forthcoming.
Did he know that that was going to be a missed free throw?
Yeah, probably. Going to have Schroeder coming into the game, as you mentioned, and Wesley Matthews will go out. Got Gary Trent Jr. back in. Of course, his father, Gary Trent Sr., played 9 seasons in the NBA.
Last 14 games, he's second in the league in minutes played per game.
Isn't that crazy?
It's 1 out of 2, and the Lakers trail by 3.
LeBron 4 games with over 40 minutes. LeBron had a streak of 14 straight games with at least 7 assists. Snapped the other night. Only got 1 dime tonight. Teammates got to make it for him, though. Lillard attacking James. Lillard goes around LeBron with the left hand. That's a good challenge by LBJ.
Don't think that Danny wasn't thinking about LeBron trying to block that shot.
And LeBron with the left hand. You know how strong he is with the left.
Timeout.
He scored. It's a 1-point game.
Well, the game of basketball in the NBA is a game of runs. And right now, the Lakers on a little bit of a surge after falling behind early in the first by 11. They see themselves in a position to recapture the lead after the defensive play by LeBron and then the layup by LeBron. He got 13 points, and the Lakers are down by 1.